Hello. Greetings and salutations. I'm here, and I'm gonna draw some stuff. Got a slightly new layout yet again. But I'm just gonna kind of get into it, I guess. Rich, hello. Turnip, hello. I am in fact alive. But at what cost? No, I'm just kidding. This would be further up, actually. I don't want this to be that tilted. I don't think I want that to be that far either. Hold on. I'm like trying to do a thing that's based on reference, but like I'm changing it. And the part that I'm changing is what I'm trying to figure out right now. So it would probably be this way, actually. But like, not though. Maximus, hello. Oh, maybe I'll just do like... No, we're not doing costumes today. The Halloween power outage. Really kinda, or not Halloween, but you know what I mean. The last stream, power outage kinda like really knocked the wind out of my sails for drawing the spooky stuff I was gonna draw. Adrian, hello. So this one we're just doing a Roskype doodle because I was looking forward to drawing them and I didn't get to. This is more like this way. Blow the wind back in the sails. I don't know at this point. The idea is dead to me. It is too cold for spooky drawings anymore. Maybe one day I'll draw Tank in his spooky outfit again, but probably not for a while. So this is like more like this. Shoulders are like here. There's more of a height difference here with these two. Something like this, I think. Mhm. Mhm. Roz hangs out with Jesse the most. Um, although he's been hanging out with Kai a lot more because of the swimming lessons. Roz has not gotten any better with swimming. No. Essentially, no time has passed since I stopped drawing. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out a little bit better here. Oops. Ron. Remember when Ron. Everyone's favorite character, Ron. I'm just teasing you. Yeah. Ron is the one who knows how to swim, sure. His evil twin. Ron, who knows how to swim. Might be too buff for Kai, I'm not really sure. Not that much definition though, for sure. Kai was afeared. Yeah. I like that opposite day Halloween comic. I'll have to repost it on Blue Sky eventually. I wanted to kind of save it though. Mm-hmm. I think I'll probably end up coming back to this face. I think the problem is that this is too low. Oh, I know what the deal is. Didn't draw his, like... Yeah. I was like, I know there's a detail in here somewhere that makes his face look a little bit more different from Tank's face, but I couldn't remember what it was. I don't think his hair is that long. Yeah, Jesse had a real rough time in that nightmare. I don't like his face. And I'm not sure why I don't like it yet. Oops. I think his nose probably needs to be further this way. Thank you, Maximus. I kind of liked the having the drawing itself be the background thing that I had going before, but it felt too noisy to me. And part of why I liked it was because I feel like I don't really ever see anyone do it. And then I was like, oh, maybe that's why they don't. The classic maneuver of making the head too large. My favorite move, TBH. Yeah, I don't usually draw his chin enough, but for this particular pose, he was looking a little too much like Tank before the hair. So sometimes I will draw in his chin a little bit more defined, just to kind of differentiate the face shapes a little bit more. I guess. Mm. Riff tracks. What'd you watch on riff tracks? Because now I'm very curious about that experience. I haven't watched anything on riff tracks in quite a long time. May as well just draw the rest of them here, just for my own mental health, I guess. I don't even know why I'm stressing that, because this should be lower, like here. Make it look easy. No way. Your post was great by its own merits. Do not compare to me. This needs to be like this way some more. Ah. Set up my headphone cord again. Samurai Cop. That sounds entertaining. I'm gonna not do this at this angle, actually. I'm gonna do it kind of facing outward instead. I love how, like, over on this side, it's like all cleared up, and then over here, it's just like, what's happening? We'll clean it up, don't worry, but it's very silly to look at. Mm-hmm. That's a good way to look at it, Adrian. As a wise cat once said, remember, bad times are just times that are bad. Jack Raiden, hello, and how are you? He should have like a this way face, you know? Maybe Maybe flipping it will help me figure this out. Okay, yeah. We got some changes. That one cat did say that other thing, so I can't fault you there. Hold on a second. Let me flip this and try to figure this out as well. So this should be more like here. I'm always surprised by how much Cecil love there is. I don't know why. Like, I'm not ever sure what it is that, like, causes people to gravitate towards him. For, like, as little as I draw him. This needs to be a little bit lower, I think. I don't know if it's just because he's, like, bad and everyone loves a good villain. Now that I moved that arm down, I don't want it to be that far down. Hitting undo until I fix it. I think what I really wanted was this line to be angled down instead. Yeah, I guess everybody just loves a villain. Who would have thunk? this anything? It could be, but I don't want it to be, so it's not. This thumb needs to be a little bit bigger and a little bit lower. Like about here, maybe. Oh, the bits. Thank you. Tension between him and Jesse. I've been toying with the idea of making an 8th boy. But I can't, like, land on how exactly I want them to look. There's just like a musical archetype that I want filled. And none of them really play instruments. Alright, let me try fiddling around on this other layer now. Of instrument. I want like a bass player. But I can't really ever decide on what I want him to look like. The tragedy of it is the like couple of features that I want to do. Here's the deal. I want to do like a ginger guy, because none of them are ginger guys. And I also want to do someone who has a like very thick beard, because none of them have a very thick beard except for Felix. But my problem is the combination of those two features is immediately that one dude from Dream Daddy. So I can't do that. Because anytime I draw that person, they'll be like, oh, it's that guy from Dream Daddy. I'm like, no. So I basically just have to like pick one of the traits and then figure out the rest. And I feel like it'll probably be the hair color. The guy from the hallway couple? Yeah, but no. I want like that guy, but not that guy. Does that make sense? Because that guy would be a little bit older. And this guy, I don't want to be quite that old. Maybe I'll bring this down a little bit here. Then I'd have to kind of bend this a little bit though. Like this way. Talking crazy. Yeah, I would like an 8th. Simply because it'll make things more symmetrical when I do group pictures. And also to fill that musical archetype I was talking about. If I can't think of a good 8th, I could just make it so that one of them does do musical stuff. But that's not as fun. Kind of like Brian, but not Brian. Mostly just like the sort of gingery features, but not necessarily the large beard, although he could. But yeah, I feel like at this point coming up with a new guy is much harder. Just because I've already got so many at this point. Don't dress him in flannel. No. The reason that I know it won't work is because any single person, any human person who enjoys my art, who has black hair and glasses, says that they look exactly like Jesse. Every single person. And it's like, they don't even have the same hairstyle. Sometimes they don't even have glasses. But I get so many people who are like, I look just like Jesse. And it's like, they don't look anything like Jesse. So, if I get even slightly close to looking like that guy from Dream Daddy, I am certain that every single person who sees that guy will be like, oh, that's the dude from the Dream Daddy video game. And then I'll have to be like, no, it's not. And explain myself every time. And I'm tired. I'm already tired. Also, Key, hello. Welcome. Mohawk or a prosthetic? I like the idea of a prosthetic because I love me some diversity. And drawing new things is fun. But my fear is that I am also a person who loves to be lazy. And mechanical things are very difficult for me because they don't generally allow for you to be lazy. Because just by like the nature of them, they are like machined in a particular way. And so like I can make wobbly lines for like here or whatever. Or do whatever I want for the hair up here, for example. But for like a prosthetic, if it's not like the same shape every time, I would feel like I was not being true to anybody who uses prosthetics in that way. Maybe that's like a me thing, I don't know, but like if I'm doing it, I would want to not sort of cheat, but at the same time, knowing myself, I would at some point certainly want to get lazy, and it would not allow me to do that. And I don't want to paint myself into that kind of corner, is the short version of that. But I have thought about that quite a bit. Wanting to do a person with like a prosthetic. It's not so much that it's cheating. It's that I would want to cheat in some way while drawing it. Like, with a person with an organic shape, you can sort of fudge stuff sometimes. In a way that's like, the viewer will be like, oh yeah, I get it. I know what that is. I know what that's supposed to be. But with like a mechanical, inorganic thing, sometimes you cannot do that. Where you can try to fudge it and it'll still look weird, even subconsciously, and then you'll be like, why does that look weird? So I'm trying to, basically just make it easier. make it easier on myself by not having to worry about that problem. Like it's why, for example, like I've only drawn Tank with his moped a handful of times. Because mechanical stuff for me is difficult. And a lot of the time, these are just meant to be relaxing for me. And I don't like drawing super hard stuff all of the time. His hand is too small. That's what I didn't like about it. A peg leg. No. Because again, I don't want it to be like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be serious about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to be in any way construed as like a bit or like just a simple haha silly funny thing. Like if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it because I want, like, I don't know, like it feels like rude, you know what I mean? Like a caricature. And then for folks who have need of a prosthetic, I don't want them to sort of see that and be like, in a negative way. Does that, I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly. Basically, I don't want it to be a thing that could be used as a playground joke feature of like I don't want someone to be able to grab one of these images and send it to like someone at their school and be like, haha, this looks like you, and use it as like a joke. You know what I mean? I would want it to be in more of a way of like, oh wow, this person looks like me and represents me in some form, and that someone would be like proud to see themselves in that person. So I don't want to cut corners in that way, because I want to be true to the people that it may represent. This is like part of a reason for like another sort of reason for this is kind of like the way that I thought about Kai's tattoos for a really long time, where part of me was like, oh, I'll just go and, you know, find some Polynesian tattoo designs, until that sort of led me into a rabbit hole of like, okay, well, why are the designs that you see depicted in this way? And then it became oh, this is like very culturally important to these people, and so I don't feel that I would be doing it justice if I just sort of like half-assed it. And knowing myself, I would at some point inevitably like, oh, I can cheat out some of these lines, or I don't have to draw all of these details every time, kind of thing. So I kind of made Kai's stuff like very, very simple to sort of evoke that feeling, but not be that. To ensure that I'm not like inadvertently, whether intentionally or otherwise, well, definitely not intentionally, actually, I don't want to be insulting someone through my laziness. I need to figure this boy's head out because it is driving me crazy. Sorry about that. Intentionally meaningful. Yeah. Not even that, like, it doesn't even need to be like heartfelt and meaningful necessarily. Like, I wouldn't want them to be like a pity character either. I just want them to essentially, like, I wouldn't want them to feel disrespected due to an ingenuous portrayal, I guess, is where I'm kind of leaning from this. Yeah, I'm doing alright with the cough. I'm just talking a lot more than I expected, so it kind of snuck up on me. Did all that to fix his head, and now it's... Oh, no! That was surprising and scary. I was gonna say I did all that to fix his head, and now his head is too large, as per usual. Roz and Kai are homies forever. Best buds. Okay, let me think about this a little bit more. I almost did that thing again. Okay. Stop it. I need to get used to drawing again. Can't be super lazy with holding my hand on the screen as much. Okay, so here we go. Let me actually do this on a fully different layer. So we got this here. This arm, shoulder, if that's the shoulder there. So this would be clavicle area, neck would be here, head would be about here, but he's leaning a little further this way to try and get out of the way of the hand, so about here, which is basically where it was, but I still need to be thinking about it anyway. So yeah, about there. This neck would kind of come down this way. You wouldn't really see any of these details anyway, so I'm not really going to bother. I think that's good. Oh. It's I feel like I'm forgetting something for Ross specifically. It was his earring. Oof. Ah. Keep moving and sitting on my headphones accidentally. The cable's too long. I need a better audio solution for my headphones situation. No, for the most part, people are pretty okay about not being weird with shippings and pairings of the boys. So I guess I've been pretty fortunate in that way. But there have been some times where people are like, how do I put this? Try to be like, they want to like start an RP, I guess. in like, it starts as a normal conversation and then it becomes like them trying to RP with like my boys at me, and it's like, no. I try to tell everybody all the time that they're my precious children, because that vibe specifically, like, don't do that with my children. That would be so strange to do that to a person with their son. So yeah, that's about as weird as it has ever gotten. But for the most part, people are pretty chill about like not being too weird, which is nice. It's probably even further this way, actually. And maybe I will move Kai's arm even more, just so it's not like directly in the way of Roz. I think like about here is probably fine. So I can go in here and change this angle up a little bit. Actually, I can probably just fully get rid of this for now, and I'll give him a different hand in a second. But I do need to change this angle slightly. Oops. Yeah, Maximus, it's very uncomfortable, to say the least, when that has occurred. But as I said, I've been pretty fortunate in that it doesn't happen often. So to move this up. I keep forgetting to account for where the actual bend in Kai's arm is. Oh, thought I had the pencil. Yeah, there is like a certain level of out of your hands that it becomes, but there are some times when you can sort of like take that authority back, I guess, for lack of a better term. I think that might be okay. I think that might be good. Yeah, there's sometimes where you can sort of take that authority back by, like, one of the easiest ways to do it is to just sort of explain or flesh out the canon a little bit more, because sometimes it can be like a misunderstanding. In the case of like people weirdly shipping things, that's not really a misunderstanding. So unfortunately, that is one that you're not quite so able to remedy. Silver, hello. But yeah, I do see what you mean about the like Steven Universe thing. Although like that's kind of what I mean though, where if you sort of establish like a canon, wildly going against that will sort of not work. So if you get people like weirdly shipping your characters, establish in the canon that won't work. And people will hopefully stop. But sometimes then you also deal with people who just don't care, so you know, can't win them all, I guess. I don't know. Oops. I think that's probably good. have to figure out his like mouth situation. I think I kind of like that a little better. There would be sort of like a fold here or like an indent here, but I don't think I can make this distinction with line because it will look strange. So I'll have to do it with color instead. Oh no, you got hit by a blizzard. I hope you're staying warm. We got some unexpected snow here as well, which was a bit of a bummer. Because Halloween. Oh, you got that Chicago cold. This shoulder feels weird to me. And I don't know why. I think I made his head too small also when I made it smaller. Or maybe I just didn't move it enough. This better. That's a bit better. Chicago just don't want them trick-or-treating. Maybe so. It feels like it happens earlier every year for us around here. Even though I know it doesn't, but it just kind of feels that way, you know? Oops. I think I want a little bit of extra room further this way, because this would kind of go like this way. Hands, man. Alright, I think this is about where I need to be for this. Before I start getting too in the weeds about it. I'll just delete those for now, I guess. Mm-hmm. Oops. Let me not start with his hair. Mm-hmm. I have like the opposite impression of time, Adrian. All that feels like it just happened still. To me anyway, I don't know. Hate to lose that line. That was a good line. But it wasn't in the right spot. I'm like slouching more. And I shouldn't be. But now that we're on the line art portion, it's time for the obligatory line art question of how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing all right. I just recently finished up a show called Bodies. Like just in time for the end of the spooky season. Although it's not very spooky, but it's kind of where I am. It's pretty good. It's a sort of detective show. The premise is a body shows up in an alleyway in London. But it shows up there in the 1860s, then again in the 1940s, and then again in 2023, and then again in the 2050s. So it's like 4 detectives all trying to solve the same murder at different times. It was pretty good. Oh, Koki. Koki? Kuma. I'm just gonna say Kuma. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. Climbing those steps. That's good, Max. I just kind of glanced at the chat for a second and thought it was going to be like rock climbing related when I saw the word climbing. And I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. But it wasn't that. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just kind of funny. And bowling with work friends sounds like a fun time. Try not to show them up too much. Otherwise they won't want to go bowling with you anymore. I usually don't have that problem because I'm bad at most physical things, so. This is so big. Why is this so big? What have I done? Don't like heights. That's fair. That might even still be too big, honestly. Wii Sports has prepared you. I always liked rock climbing. In my freshman year of college, we had to take, well, it didn't have to be freshman year, but I decided to make it freshman year because of all the stories I had heard about people like, you're gonna gain so much weight in your freshman year. I was like, well, if that's true, then maybe this will help if I don't want that to be the case. But we had to take like a physical education style gen ed class at some point before we graduated. So I did mine freshman year. And the gym had like a little rock climbing room, so we could go do that sometime. It was not very big, but it was like its own separate room, which was kind of neat. Hello, Kuma. I'm glad I could help. But you don't need me or anyone else to tell you that you should be proud of your stripes, because they are great. And don't let anybody tell you different. You gotta love the skin you're in, as they say. And it's a very fitting drawing for you to be here, because we're drawing the boy with the stripes today. I think I'll do this with color later. I lied, no I won't, I'll do it now. I'll just color it in later with another thing. You've been used to climbing things all your life? Like the corporate ladder, getting that paper? Is that what you mean? Silver out here making the big bucks? Is that why they call you Silver? Because you've got so much of it? I'm totally kidding. But no, that sounds fun. Climbing stuff was always a good time. We love a good tree climbing situation. When we were kids, I always wanted like a tree house. I thought that would be really cool. Didn't have like the trees for it though. So alas, no treehouse for me. I think I'll just do this instead. Used to dare you to climb trees in the backyard. One time, when we were younger, we used to have like a garage that was like not attached to our house. We used it for storage basically. But it sort of like overlooked our backyard. And there was a day when, for whatever reason, all the neighborhood kids decided, yeah, I could climb that and then jump off. and I used to have a very large dog house because I used to have a very large dog. So everybody would climb up onto the garage and then jump off onto the doghouse. Which, looking back, very poor decision. But I remember it was fine up until my little brother was like, yeah, I could do it. And he is like very much afraid of heights. And then he got up there and was like, no, I can't do it. Somebody get me down. And it wasn't until that point that like the adults were unaware. But then he was like so very upset by being up there in the first place that the adults were made aware. And then we were like, oh, I guess we probably shouldn't be doing this. But all that to say, heights don't bother me too much. The only time heights have really ever bothered me was when I had to climb up on a scaffold and I couldn't really do it, but that was because it was like a very wobbly scaffold. So I was like, I don't know if I trust this with my weight. And it wasn't even like it was very high up or anything either. It was just like, I don't like the process of getting up here more than anything. Yeah, it was like an unintentional snitch situation where he, I think, felt more bad that everyone else kind of got yelled at than about anything else about the situation. I forgot his little strandy bits. Or at least that's how it seemed to me. I don't know. He might have been more upset than we realized. I'll have to ask him about it sometime. Because one thing I've found about getting older that is like interesting is that I guess interesting for lack of a better term is how different people's memories can be. Like you could remember something being very fun and very positive, and someone else who was also there could have a very negative version of the same memory. So sometimes when my siblings and I start kind of reminiscing on stuff, we'll sort of come across stories where it's like, oh, I thought you were having a good time this whole time, but they'd be like, nah, this was actually traumatic in a little bit. It's like, oh, geez. Oops. But I think I also just in general have a weird, like my brain works weird sometimes. So my memory of things may not necessarily be the logical, natural conclusion that most people would go to at any given point in time, is another thing that I've learned about myself. Sometimes that's good for like comedic timing stuff or like creative stuff, but looking back on stuff, sometimes it's like, oh, oops. My favorite illustration of that is when I was in I don't want to say in because it sounds like I was involved, but that was not the case. I was in a gas station one time. I was gonna say like in a robbery, but I wasn't in a robbery. I was in a gas station when it was robbed as a child. Me and my siblings. We were like coming home from school. My mom had to like stop and get gas. So she was like, all right, everybody go inside. You get one piece of candy. And we were like, cool. So we all get our candy and we make our way up to the register. And like at this point is where everybody's stories begin to diverge. 'Cause my sister and mom were of course much more observant than either my brother or I, or myself, I should say. I don't know grammar. So they saw this dude approach the register. And he was like, look, I don't want to hurt anybody, but I do have a gun. And I do want the money that's here in the register. So if you could give me those things, that would be great. And the reason that it was like very funny, we were not very old in this situation. I think I was maybe like 7 or 8, but I could be wildly misremembering this. But I want to say definitely no older than like 11. So we were not very old. And when this person did this, Kyle, hello. You've joined at a very interesting time. Anyways, so this person was like, yeah, I want the money. And we were like in the gas station also. So my sister saw this person do this, and her first instinct was, all right, well, it was nice knowing all of you. I'm going to leave now. And she started like that scene in Emperor's New Groove where Kronk is like pressed up against the wall, like sneaking around. She did like that move, trying to like inch toward the door to like leave. But I guess at that point the dude like noticed and was like, if anyone leaves or if anyone calls the cops, then I'm gonna come back in here and it's gonna be a problem. And so she started like slowly inching in the reverse direction, like back towards the rest of us. But basically, he took all the money and then he left. The lady behind the register was like, I mean, I guess I'll lock up for the day. You guys can wait here. we'll give them some time to like leave until eventually the cops get here or whatever, because like the alarm did go off. And so she like brought us to like the little back employees only room and stuff. And like where my head at the time was, oh cool, we get to go to the back room that they don't let you see, sick, let's check this out. And then I get back there and like it's very small and very boring. And I was so disappointed. At this point my like siblings are all freaking out. My sister is like crying, my brother is crying because my sister is crying. And I distinctly remember kind of like looking around this back room area and being like, huh, you know, it's weird, there aren't any bathrooms back here. Like I wonder where they're supposed to go to the bathroom at when they're working and stuff. At which point everybody was like, what are you talking about? Do you not know the situation that we are currently in? I was like, well, not really, but also like that doesn't concern me because we're fine. And so eventually the cops show up. We did eventually get our candy, but my sister was like quite traumatized about it. My brother was quite upset. My mom was pretty upset. And I was more like, I don't know, I wasn't like not upset, but I wasn't very concerned either, because we were fine, if that makes sense. Like by the time I fully realized what was happening, we were well out of the situation. So it was like, there's no reason for me to be upset about this anymore. So I'm not going to worry about it anymore. But yeah, I remember the lady at the register was like more angry than anything. She was like, I need to get a new job. Because she was like, this is the like second or third time this week that this has happened. Because the dude asked for the money and she was like, do you want the change too? Because there's not a lot left in here anymore right now. But yeah, that's a fun little story, I guess. So I generally remember, you know, a sense of like discovery and curiosity. Whereas I'm sure my sister has a much more dramatic recounting of this story. And by the end of it, she was like, she was like angry at me for being so concerned about like the bathrooms. She was like, did you not understand? We could have almost died. And I was like, I mean, yeah, but like the bathrooms though, like where do they go? Is there like an outhouse? I didn't see anything around. You just have to like hold it? What's the deal? How are you expected to work in this place? So I'm very much like, that's my general vibe most of the time. If we're in a stressful situation and I'm also there, I will be most likely the least stressed person, simply because I'm thinking about other stuff. But as I've gotten like older, also, I've learned to not care so much about stuff sometimes. My grandparents have a saying that has gotten me through a couple of situations like this, though not necessarily that one specifically. And their saying is, if it's gonna be funny later, then it should be funny now. So if you're ever in a situation where you're like, this is going to be a really good story later, but in the moment this kind of sucks, try to think about the later part. Oh, that's right, his nose is more round. But try to think about the funny story that you will have after the fact, so you don't get as like upset in the moment. Um, but yeah, good times. So all that to say, going back to kind of how this started, I guess. Sometimes you have a different perception of some events than the people you're with. So reminiscing can always be kind of fun for that sort of comparing notes reason. Of like, here's how I remember things going down. Is that what you remember? And sometimes those stories are slightly different in a fun way. People latch on to different things sometimes. This earring is not correct. It should be higher up, I think. But I also don't want a tangent on the hand that's there. But yeah, the funny later, funny now thing got me through a real stressful PAX trip one time for sure. And I'm sure it's gotten me through some other times that I'm not remembering. But that was the very first time that I like clearly remember thinking those words to myself in that moment to be like, oh, okay, this is going to be hilarious later. So let me not stress. As long as everything works out in the end, then it's fine. But granted, I wasn't the one solving the problems, so I couldn't really do anything about it one way or the other. Which I think kind of also helped alleviate some of the stress of the situation. The like short version of that story is my friends and I went to PAX one year, PAX East, and we got an Airbnb. When we got to the Airbnb, the like Wi-Fi wasn't that great, but the main problem was that like none of the plumbing worked. And we were like 4 or 5 people going to like a con. So it was like, we don't want to be the smelly nerds. So we would like to take a shower at some point. And the like long and short of it was, got in touch with the person who was like running the Airbnb. They like couldn't fix it. So we tried to get another one, but because it was PAX time, everything was like super booked. So eventually we found a hotel that wasn't full on like the outskirts of Boston. And we went there, got in a car and we drove, because some of the folks who went drove. So luckily we had a car to get there, because this was, by the time we like made this move, it was at like, I don't know, 11 at night, almost midnight maybe. So we get to the hotel, they give us 2 rooms. We go to like try and lay down. And one of the rooms, one of the people goes to use the restroom. And like the toilet just like is leaking all over the place before they can even use it. And like the lobby was all destroyed because they were renovating and stuff. So we were like, is this because of the renovating? And they were like, oh yeah, we're so sorry. So they had to give us another room also. There were some other details in there that I'm definitely forgetting that made that much more stressful. But those are the key points that I remember. But the way that like PAX trips usually work out amongst me and my friends is like I do the stressful getting everyone tickets part, and then I have another friend who does the stressful getting everyone somewhere to sleep part. So I was no longer concerned because my part was over. I was like, someone will figure this out, but it ain't gonna be me. So I'm not gonna worry about it because I don't have control over the situation. Ended up being a real fun time though. I think that was maybe our second PAX East. Me and this group of friends try to go on like that kind of trip every year. So we've been to I have a bunch of pins on my wall, so I'm looking at them to try and figure out how many we've been to. I want to say at least 5 PAX Easts. We went to PAX West one time, PAX Prime. Didn't get to go to South before they got rid of it, unfortunately. That was literally the next one we were going to go to, and then COVID happened. So we were like, I guess we'll never get the one from Texas. And we haven't been to the one in Australia yet. But perhaps someday. I've got Australian friends I want to hang out with. The internet's super weird sometimes. Just that statement in general made me realize that, like, oh yeah, I guess that is true. I do have friends who do live in Australia. That's wild to think about. I don't like that this line kind of continues from where that other line is. So I need to kind of break it up a little bit here. Yeah, Australia and New Zealand are next on my list of exotic place that I don't have very many opportunities to go to. First on that list was Japan, but we recently went there, so I'm pretty happy about having the opportunity to do that. I'm just gonna like fully do his hair here. Usually I do like a couple little spikes like that and just kind of like leave it, but I think I'm gonna do a little bit more this time. See you later, Silver. Have fun bowling. Yeah, the flights for those kind of places are like crazy expensive. Those are the kind of trips that you have to plan like very far in advance, or have someone paying for your trip, I guess. But yeah, I do want to check out Australia someday. I feel like it's pretty rad. Parts of his hair, I feel like, are giving his head a weird shape, so I'm adding a couple little extra spikies here so that they don't go too far into his head shape, I guess. But yeah, Australia, New Zealand, definitely super duper far away. When I was in Japan, I was surprised at how many Australian tourists there were. But then I remembered that it's like very close to there actually. So I was like, oh yeah, I guess that makes lots of sense, actually. So then at the time I was like, oh, should go to Australia. Australia'd be cool. I want to go to Australia to see a very particular band perform. Like, I feel like if I go to Australia and this band is touring, I need to see them while I'm in Australia. Just because they're a really cool band. And the person who kind of put me onto them is from Australia as well. Although, I don't know if the band is from Australia or from New Zealand. I think they might be from New Zealand. Bear Boy, hello! How are you? How are things? I was so, I don't know if this is a weird note to start this conversation on. So if it is, I apologize. I was so confused by your YouTube video that showed up in my subscriptions today because I was like, is it supposed to have a black screen? What's going on? But after like watching the video, I was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I'm glad to see you're still doing Twitch stuff. I hope the algorithm hasn't gotten you down too much. Yeah, man, YouTube be tripping. For lack of a better term. But yeah, I'm learning that like YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, those kind of places like don't feel as good to do stuff on anymore. They're like okay for growth, but it's all so luck based that it's like I don't know if it's really worth it for me mentally to do to do these things. That's why I've been having a lot of fun on platforms like Blue Sky or Twitch, where like I don't expect growth in these places, simply by nature of the way that they work. Like there is a game to be played for Twitch, but it's not like it's not as fickle of a game as like hoping the algorithm decides to like you, like it is on Twitter and YouTube and Instagram. So like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm also bad at giving advice for this particular subject, because I've always been this way, and I just got very lucky that the algorithm one day was like, hey, share this art with everyone, and then I suddenly gained a bunch of Twitter followers overnight. But I was doing this whole art everyday thing, like to an audience of like 14 people at first. So it wasn't until like a couple years in before that changed. So I am just generally very bad about giving advice on, hey, don't listen to the algorithm, like do your own thing. The people who like it will like it, and they will come to you eventually, because that's what happened to me, and I'm sure that's true of a lot of other creators, but in the moment, it's not what you want to hear. Because there are definitely, like, especially now with how algorithmic the things have become, it's like a whole thing of like, you gotta do this and use these tags and these keywords and appeal to this demographic and blah 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 blah, and it's like, oh man, this is so much actual work now that it's not fun anymore, and I'm not I'm not doing it. There was a tweet that I saw being shared around, I guess as a meme, that I very much resonated with anyways. That was just like, optimal posting times, algorithm. They were like, oh wait, I might have saved it. Hold on, let me read it if I have it saved. I have to, because I don't want to get this quote wrong, and it made me laugh. I gotta scroll through all my goofy memes on my phone. I may not even have it, honestly, so I don't know if I should even be bothering. Yeah, I think I deleted it. But it was basically just like, they were like, optimal posting times, algorithms. I'm posting what I posted. If you see it, then you see it. As soon as I hit send, it's in God's hands, and I'm not praying. I think is how they worded it. And that's very much my attitude a lot of the time with social media, where it's like, I know there's a game to be played, but I refuse to play. It's so much stress and work a lot of the time. Where it's just like, I don't care, man. It's just not for me. I do want to put these little thingies here, I guess, actually. Also, Adrian, goodbye. If you're not gone already, I'm sorry for such a late response to that. I'm sorry. I was looking at my phone. Maybe if they watch the VOD later, they'll be like, he did say goodbye to me. I didn't forget you, Adrian. I think part of why I don't like this is because it's not where it's supposed to be relative to the other one. I think I want to move this way, and I want to move this way. He did notice me. Senpai did notice. Senpai always noticed. All you lurkers in the chat, I see you. You're great too, and I hope you're having a great day. I'm gonna move this line to be about here instead, because there are too many points converging in this spot. Something like that, I guess. I don't remember how many thingies he has. This ear looks weird to me still. This whole section of his head looks weird. I think it's because his ear's too big. Needs to be like there. Okay. I still don't like the way this eye looks. This probably needs to be a little further this way as well. Same for the actual eye itself. Probably like here. I think that's why it was looking weird to me. One was too far, and the other was not close enough, I guess. Like I needed to split the difference. My fuzzy line layer now. I saw a tutorial on Clip Studio Paint, and it reminded me of all the cool tools Clip Studio Paint has that Procreate does not have. And I was like, maybe one day I'll go back and I'll learn that program. I should. I know I would enjoy it. I just hate the UI so much. It stresses me out. And I know I could customize it to be not so stressful, but it's just not for me at this point in time. Speaking of programs I'm going to need to learn, I can't wait for Procreate Dreams to come out, so I have yet another reason to change my stream layout. This needs to be more down here. But yeah, all my stream stuff so far is like Illustrator and After Effects, but there's a very silly animation that I've been wanting to do for a couple of weeks now that I'm just like, no, just wait for Procreate Dreams to come out. You'll enjoy it a lot better if you can do an actual animation on an actual animation program and not have to struggle in a program that is not meant to do that. Just wait. I don't want to say what it is in case I inevitably wear myself out on the idea before I begin. And then I don't want to disappoint anybody, I guess is where I'm going with this. Because I very much enjoy the idea, and I feel like you guys would also enjoy the idea. But I also, there's a high likelihood that I will start it and not finish it. Because it feels like it could be more work than I think it is. Did I just put that exactly in the spot that I got rid of it from? I think so. It's a real struggle. Because you want to make cool stuff, but sometimes you just aren't a high enough level. Your proficiencies are not good enough. And then you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I've made a grave mistake. But there have been quite a number of specifically animations where I'm like, this will be so much fun and this will be so cool, and then I get like halfway through and I'm like, I don't want to do this at all anymore, actually. How foolish of me for thinking that this would be something fun and cool. what a fool you've been to not consider the fact that animation requires effort and work. I think this is also bothering me slightly. That was always kind of the case for any animation, honestly. Like, it always turns out to be more work than you think. Unless you're, like, experienced enough to really plan for it. Which I am not, apparently. I think I gave him a couple, like, here and there, elsewhere. I don't know why I'm doing smaller lines when I could just be doing thick lines and doing it all in one go. Oh man. Was it 3 or was it 2? I have a rule for this, and I can't remember what the rule is. It is 2. Okay, because I was like, that looks like too much. I think they're just hanging out on the beach. Mostly because I don't want to draw too much water in this one. So them just getting done swimming. Feels like it could be a lot. So we won't do that. Need this to extend just a little bit further so that I can erase. The beach at the beach town. It's the place to be. If you got nowhere else to go, there's always the beach. It's free. It's soothing. You can just kind of vibe. Make your own fun. I have no idea what just happened to my headset. That was so strange. I hope that didn't cause any weirdness for you guys. That has never happened to me before, and I don't know what that was. I don't know if it's something with this setup or something. Or like, something related to my iPad perhaps. Or the Apple Pencil maybe. But sometimes my headset will just randomly disconnect. And I don't know why. But it did that just now, and usually it makes like a quick little like double beep noise when it disconnects to let you know that you turned it off. But just now it did like one very long, very loud beep. And I don't know what that means. I'm going to fill this in and sort of subtract the same way that I did for the other ones. I thought I would be saving myself some time by doing larger lines, but I did not. I'm still gonna have to erase. Oops. Keep seeing stuff change on the little Chillhop song thing, and I'm thinking something is like happening, but it's just the album art changing. It changes like slightly before a new song starts, which is weird to me. I'm still sort of bothered by the way that I have to do Chillhop stuff to get it to show up on stream. Simply because they don't have their own like offline web player thing. It's like browser based. Probably makes things easier for them, but it means I have less customization options. Which bothers me personally, as someone who keeps constantly changing his layout. One day, I promise it'll stop changing so much. One day. I don't know why I decided to draw him from this angle. I usually try not to, specifically because of this tattoo. And how it always looks weird from this side. But I forgot about that. Where is... Nope. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. 5. think 5 is the limit. I don't remember. It's been so long. I'll do 6 just to make it look a little more even. I usually try to limit how many of these I do for raws because they're fun to draw. And actually I need to do this on a layer that's not this layer, so let me just fully remove these from that layer. I think we're good to start doing some color stuff. Do I have a fun palette to do? Maybe this one? Could do that one. Don't want to do that one. Don't want to do... Could try this new one. That one won't work. I had like a spooky palette that I was going to use for the Halloween drawing that I attempted last stream. Which was unceremoniously interrupted by power failure. Probably a little higher up here. How long did it take for him to get his tattoos? I don't really know, only because I don't have any tattoos. So I don't think I'd be a good judge of how long they should take. Definitely a while though, because he's got a lot of them. I want this to be a little more red and a little less gray. Gila, hello. Oh, hat thing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hat thing. That's probably good enough for just the background here. I don't really want to do a whole lot. Just want to kind of keep it a color. So I think that's about as far as I'll take that. Maybe I'll go back later and do some more, who knows. Gila, hello. We be drawing. But other than that, you know, same old, I guess. I need Yeah. I need just like a dark layer so I can see what I'm doing. We need the one flat layer so that I can just kind of clipping mask everything on top of it. Oh yeah, earlier I talked about the like Clip Studio Paint tutorial that I saw. There's a tool in there that I saw that seems super cool. It's like I don't really know how it works, if it's like AI driven or something, or if you have to import a 3D model first, but it like helps you approximate where lighting would go for stuff. It works like a 3D program where like you put a light in a spot and then it tries to figure out how your character would be lit based on like the line art and stuff. And I think that's kind of neat. That seems really helpful. It's obviously like not good. Like it can't do it perfectly for you, but it gives you a good place to start. And I kind of want to try it, but I also don't want to take the time to learn Clip Studio Paint just to try it. I'm just going to be thinking about it a lot while I do stuff that like I have to do kind of manually in Procreate. But if Procreate had some of these cool tools Clip Studio Paint has, I'd use it all the time. Or if Clip Studio Paint cleaned up its UI to be not so menacing until you hide everything. Because I know what I would end up doing is hide everything so that I could see more canvas than anything else. But then it would basically be like, how do I find this tool? I don't know how to use this thing. And then I would go check like YouTube tutorials and they'd be like, oh yeah, just click this button in this menu that's always open. And it's like, oh no, I hid that menu. What have I done? That's the sort of luck I tend to have with these kind of things. So that's why I haven't really made the move. Primarily the UI. I became a robot. Oh no. Beep boop and stuff. MokaJake. Beep borp. That might be a fun little PNG tuber to make someday. Like a little robot guy. One of the things I really like about the PNG software I'm currently using is how easy it is to swap stuff out. And how less time consuming it is to make quote unquote animated stuff. Because the program handles a lot of the animation for you. Although they recently added a thing where you can add animated sprites to this, so maybe I can get a little more fancy over time. When I feel more motivated to do fancy stuff. I don't know what the limit is though. Like, you can't have tons and tons of animated stuff. Nope. Keep going to the wrong layer. There we go. So like, I don't know what the limit is. I think it might just be like 4 frames or something. In the little demo they used, it was like, I don't know what the technical term for this is, but that thing where like you do, the way I was taught it was called like the lines boil, like your line's boiling. And that's basically like where you redraw the same line like 4 times so that it looks like it's moving even when it's standing still. Like the way that my name is on the left right now. It lets you do that sort of thing. Oops, I went too far. But I don't know what the limit for that is. Like if I can get more complex than that, or if it's just meant to be like a 4 frame kind of jitter. But I'm infinitely impressed by the program as a person who does not make programs. Because it is, as far as I can tell, made by just a single person who is like in school still. And they were just like, I'm doing this for fun. Which is the best kind of free time to have. One of the things that they always told us in school, when going to school for like a creative thing, was like, hey, like you're paying for the facilities here, so like come in and use them, even when you're not supposed to be here for class. And we were all like, why would we do extra work when we don't have to? And they would be like, because once you like leave here, you're going to want to suddenly make a bunch of things that you will no longer have time to make, because you now have like creative obligations to adhere to, and you may not have access to these kind of facilities at that time as well. So they were like, use them while you can, because there might come a day when you're like, oh man, if only I had this one tool that I used to have in school that time, I could make this thing and it would be super cool. And that's happened to me a couple times already so far in my life. Where I'm like, dang, if only I was back in school and had access to this printer, or like this this particular item or tool or whatever. So for any of y'all out there in school still, use your free time for stuff other than parties if you can. You will not regret it. Enjoy your fun times for sure, but you are paying a lot of money to be at school, so it makes sense to milk it for as much as you can. don't like parties. I also was not like a very big party person, and I'm still not. I'm much more of a wallflower in social situations, so tend to not be very party prone in general. But rather than do schoolwork, I just spent a lot of that time sort of goofing off with friends. Rather than doing work stuff. Which after sort of graduating, I realized was more of the point. You should half of college is like learning stuff, but the other half is like meeting people and making connections. To sort of like, I don't know, when you get out of school, maybe you'll be like, oh, I met this person and we did this thing together and it was cool, and now look at how far we've come. Or whatever. I want this to be on a separate layer. So that I can reduce the opacity without changing the color of his freckles too much. That's why his stripes are also on a separate layer. By yourself in your room or the library. Also good things. It's good to take those moments to yourself when you can get them. As an introverted person. But yeah, sometimes just generally vibing with friends is also much more fun. I realized that a lot of what I miss about my time being in college is sort of the like walkable city aspect of college life, where like all of your close friends are within walking distance of you most of the time, or at least a very short car ride. So you could just sort of be done with your quote-unquote work for the day and then go quote-unquote home, by which I mean walk 5 minutes and be hanging out with your friends doing whatever, and nobody's ever terribly far away. But then after school, like getting out of it, and it's like, oh yeah, all of my friends live in different cities now. And hanging out requires like people to check their calendars and things, because it's like we have jobs and families and responsibilities now. I think that sort of contributes a lot to the fond memories that people tend to have about colleges, where sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I remember doing stuff all the time, hanging out and having all this fun. But a large portion of it is like proximity based, I think, in my opinion, where it only sort of feels that you did all those things and could be doing all those things all the time, simply because everybody was so close that you could physically do that all the time, and it wasn't that big of a deal. In my own personal experience, of course. Your mileage may vary. But I remember a lot of the fun sort of college experience style stories just sort of came due to the nature of like all of us being in the same place at the same time and bored. So we sort of just went off and found something to do. I'm gonna increase the size of this because where's a layer I can do this on? Because these colors here were like too similar. If that makes sense. So I wanted a little bit more contrast there. Headset's doing the thing again. Randomly turning off and such. What was I about to do? Oh yeah. His mouth area. I think I'm gonna grab a darker version of this color actually. What color shorts should he wear? Usually I give Roz earth tones, so let's find a nice earthy color to give him. Maybe this one? It's like an orange. So this might not be quite earthy. I think I'm gonna make this like maybe a deeper green or like a, whoops. Why did that do that? One of these lines isn't connected somewhere. It's somewhere over here. Okay. Yeah, let's go for maybe like a foresty green color, perhaps. See how that kind of looks. That's not bad. I tend to give Roz like earthy tones, and I tend to give Kai like oranges and reds. Because he's usually in the water. And those tend to stand out most against blue. I try to like not have them fully fall into like Power Rangers vibes when I give them stuff. Like that thing where anytime you watch the Power Rangers or any such similar show. Like the Red Ranger always has on red clothes. The Blue Ranger always has on blue clothes, even when they're like not doing Power Ranger things, you know what I mean? So I try not to do that for these guys too much, where they all have like a specific color. I named these wrong. Yeah, I try not to give them like a single specific color too much, but you know, sometimes it don't work out that way. But yeah, I usually give like Kai oranges and reds, especially when he's like in or near water. Tank tends to get yellow and pink. Jesse usually gets blue and black and gray. Junior also usually gets blue. Cecil, I think I usually give him like... I don't usually have a specific color for Cecil, but it tends to be like white. And Felix tends to get pink as well. Pinks and purples. Well, not like both usually at the same time. This is just in the context of like, Tank has on a shirt. What color shirt does he need to be wearing? The first two colors I try for him are pink and yellow. Just because those two tend to be what I think he looks nicest in. That also sort of contrasts from what is around him most of the time and the other people in the picture. If there are additional people in the picture. That's not to say that those are the only colors he can wear, or that those are always the colors that he looks best in, but those tend to be the first ones I try. Stretch a little bit. Tank also gets red sometimes too, but if he's in the same picture as Kai, I try to give him... I usually go with yellow if he's in a picture with Kai. Lots of very random rules for these boys. almost forgot about his jewelry. Okay. Just gonna put this down here. Call this masks. I don't know why I did it that way. I didn't need to do it that way. But oh well. That's just gonna be for later. I have to start messing with big gradients and things. Which maybe I'll do right now, actually. This is our color. Okay, so I had this sort of general sweeping gradient over everything. Oops. Oh, I almost forgot about this. It's usually this color. Oh no, wait, it's his skin tone color that I set to multiply usually. Yep. Do I kind of want like some watery sort of reflections coming from like the front of them? Yeah, I do kind of like the way that that looks, so I'm going to have to draw a background. Curses. Where's the drawing guide real quick? Ciao, hello, welcome. Oops. I want like this color maybe. Like this color maybe. And we'll say one more. Oh wait, let me do it this way. Yeah, it seems fine. What did I just do? That might be too steep. Yeah, that was the sort of initial idea kind of going into it. I was going to have Kai sort of taking it like as a selfie. But I couldn't quite figure out the angle, so... This line is enclosed somewhere. It's here. Oh, I need to add some color too. These things. Something like that, I guess. Something like that. Probably also need like this kind of zone. And I guess like here. And I guess like here. This is going to be a little more interesting than I thought at first. Let me actually not start with that. I should start with shadows. So we want some warmth here. Actually, no, we don't. We want cooler shadows. Because our light's going to be warm. Oh, right, because this would be... Roz's arm would kind of be casting a slight shadow here too, I think. I said I was going to do this with light earlier, so I'm going to do that now. Oops. That was too big of an eraser. That guy had a bra on. Yeah. Zooming in a little too far sometimes will be a little misleading sometimes, I guess. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm realizing more of his chin and neck will be in shadow here. Our light's kind of coming from the top right. Apologies if it feels like I've suddenly gotten very quiet. I'm just really pondering where I want these lights to be, or the shadows, I guess I should say, as I'm sort of figuring this whole thing out. Stretch. Oh, let me actually get up and get a drink while I'm stretching. Hold on. Stand by. Oh, I can use my... It's not gonna be that one. I was going to say I could use my be right back thing that I just made also for the updated layout, but my drink was just slightly out of arm's reach, so it didn't feel like it was worth it to change the whole scene. The be right back thing? I mean, I could do it right now if you want. It'll just only be there for like a second. So I'll just end up changing it right back. But if you really want to see it, I will put it up. It's like literally the same as the starting soon stream. Stream starting soon screen. Goodness, I cannot talk anymore. It just says be right back instead. Made one of those, and I made a little post-stream screen so that I can have something up while I'm looking for people to raid. Because that tends to be a thing that happens every time. Words are hard. It's true. Words are hard. Then I'll tell you it'd be like that, but it do. This whole zone would be kind of covered up. And this whole zone would be kind of covered up. I guess I could just do both of their shadow stuff on a single layer, huh? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that. Very crucially, though, I need to cross over the line of Kai's tattoos when doing shadows around his tattoos, because otherwise it'll just look like more tattoo. I was gonna give him like a little cast shadow from his own head here, but I think I'll do something a little different instead. Uh, these things should probably meet, I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I always feel bad when I kind of get to this part of the stream where I feel like I've sort of, like I want to keep talking, but I've run out of things to say, and concentrating on both the drawing and trying to come up with new entertaining things to talk about is hard as a person who doesn't normally talk this much. Part of the reason I wanted to try and get into streaming was to try and sort of get better at that. To try and sort of make a little bit more of an effort to improve my conversational abilities. But this is one of those moments where it's like, dang, I wish I was streaming with another person so that I'd had someone to like bounce things off of and let me know when I'm rambling too much, I guess. Chill vibes either way. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the chill vibes. I don't know, maybe I've just been watching too much Bob Ross over the weekends and stuff, where he's got like stuff to say all the time. But in his defense, he's like teaching a thing, and I'm not so much teaching as so much as I am just doing a thing and rambling about it occasionally. So many windows. Well, now I'm curious about whatever the Uni 2 beta is. Is that like a game? Oh man, speaking of games, the Bungie news lately has been so sad. As a person who hasn't been like really playing Destiny a lot in the past couple seasons, reading that bit about how like folks at Bungie were like pleading about changes to be made, it's a little sad and disheartening. I'm like, oh man, they really were listening to all the fan feedback. But then they got fired because no one would do the things that the fans told them they wanted. It's such a bummer. Because Destiny has sort of felt that way for me, where it's like I enjoy the story, but the game itself hasn't changed much since I got into it, and you can only run that treadmill for so long, you know? Like when they swapped from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, I lost all of the regular people that I played with because they were like, it's just more of the same game and there's only so many times I can play the same thing. I was like, yeah, I get it. But I was like, maybe it'll be different enough. But after having played it for so long, I'm like, yeah, I understand. I get it. Let me shorten this up so I can do this. Sniping people, it's valid. I was never much of a PvP person in Destiny. I liked just doing the solo stuff as much as I could. Which is another kind of reason that I don't play that game too much, is because like all of the super engaging stuff to do requires a party of people, and when you don't have like a super regular group of friends that you're playing with, that is honestly the hardest part of the game, is trying to coordinate with people when you want to play together and stuff. Eventually I did get a group of folks who sort of let me join their clan. But at that point they already sort of had like established regular friends that they all kind of played with, you know? So I was mostly just kind of there whenever they needed like an extra person. But I never really had the like regular group of friends in the same way that I had in the D1 days. So that was kind of part of the reason why I kind of fell off on those games in particular. But but I do still love them quite a lot. So it is very sad to see so many folks getting axed all at once like that. Especially too, some of the stories of like some of the devs who were genuinely like blindsided by this news. Some of the ones that I sort of follow on Twitter who were genuinely passionate about the game. But I was also quite excited for Marathon, so this is disheartening for that as well, because it's like, well, what's the deal with that now? Are they gonna do the same stuff to their peoples just for this other game? So, yeah, I hope everything kind of works out. I do hope they kind of make a good number of changes before final shape or whatever, but if they don't make a ton of like super large changes, I may not really come back. Actually, this whole zone is going to be in shadow probably. Which is a bummer, because I do want to see how the story ends, of course. But at this point, it's kind of looking like maybe I'll have to watch a lore video to find out how it ends instead, which is a bummer. Like, there's so much really good story in that game, but the way in which it is told is quite exhausting. Where it's just like you get a little piece of it every week, and then you gotta do the same thing again next week to learn a little bit more. When they first started doing it that way, it was kind of neat. Like, it was a neat little novelty that the world was sort of evolving each week, in the way that like a TV show would, where you sort of tune in next week for a new episode or whatever. But when they sort of tied it to like do a specific activity for 9 weeks in a row to learn what's going on, then it was like, I don't really want it. I don't know how many more of these I got in me, boss. Bear Boy, hello. I'm lamenting over Destiny 2. And we're on the shading part of the drawing also. But yeah, I as a sort of result of the sort of story practices of Destiny 2, my sort of expectations for Marathon were quite a bit lower. But I am still tentatively excited about it. I got one of the shirts. They had like limited edition pre-order bonus style shirts you could get, which I thought was kind of neat. They were also like numbered, so I was curious about what number I would get. I'd have to go find the shirt again. I don't remember what number I got. I want to say it was somewhere in the 400s though. But how goes Bear Boy? Now that you've returned from wherever it is that you went, I hope all is continuing to be well for you. Same for all my other lurkers in the chat. I haven't acknowledged you in a couple minutes, so I hope you're also doing well. Gotta eat, getting sleepy. That's fair. Get some rest and some food. Both are quite important. I'm like in the part of the drawing where part of me wants to be like, should I just end now and take a break and finish the lighting some other time? But I want to finish the drawing. I've reached stubborn mode. Yeah, not being on a deadline is pretty nice. But it did kind of help me to keep my eye on the prize, as it were, in terms of like focusing on specific details versus just doing stuff because it'll look better. If that makes sense, where there would be like times of me having to sort of prioritize like knowing a thing is inaccurate and just moving on because I know I don't have the time to fix it, or stopping to fix it for a second. Because I know it'll bother me if I don't. Which I do a lot more now that I don't really have a deadline. I can just be like, no, that's not right. Let me pause for a second and fix the whole thing. Which I'm pretty sure I've done a number of times this drawing already. I'm just gonna fully put this like whole half of his face in shadow, I think. This should go like... Ouch. Yeah, it was kind of nice to sort of take a bit of an extended hiatus after doing it for as long as I did. But sort of like the reason that I started doing it, I guess, began to creep back in of like, man, I haven't drawn in a long time and I want to. So I will find an excuse to do that again. And that was like kind of why I started doing it in the first place. Of like, well, if I'm gonna do it, how long can I do it for? Can I do a year? And then I was like, all right, I did a year. Can I do 2 years? And then it became 7, and I was like, I could keep doing this still, but I'm so tired. Which is how it got to be where it was, but eventually I still sort of ended up with the, man, I haven't done anything creative just for fun in a minute, so I should do that. Would have been my 9th year if I kept going. Yeah. That's too many years. If I had made it to 9, then I would have gone to 10. I would have been mad at myself if I didn't get to 10, if I was already on 9. Be like, well, it's just one more, and 10 is a nice round number. I was like, something about this looks like it's missing something, and it was this other hand. Just completely not shaded at all. Mm-hmm. Just trying to close this loop here. Oh, I'm just realizing now I forgot a very minor detail. But I did include it in like the sketch layer, so. This is lower than it probably would be for him. Because he has like little triangle spots to avoid his like armpit areas for his tattoos, but I don't feel like drawing those today, so I won't. Okay. So we got all those. I want just a few of these. Not a lot. Of these sort of secondary shadows. The ambient occlusion. As you would call it in a 3D drawing or 3D modeling software. The shadows, if you will. Something like this. This spot probably has a bit. Mm-hmm. Probably some over here. Oh. I forgot about his hair. Yes. Don't want to overdo it with these, probably just a handful. Just so you can see that the hair is kind of not fully touching his head there. Mm-hmm. Now that I'm sort of leaning into doing game streams a little bit more, I have been once again visited by the specter of hey, maybe I should get into Final Fantasy 14. Like maybe I'll play it on stream when I attempt it one more time. Because I want to enjoy that game. For as much as folks keep saying the story gets really good. But every time I have tried, it just has not worked out for me. So maybe doing it on stream will help. Everyone can give me tips on my tanking abilities, so I don't have so much tank anxiety, or tankxiety as you will, I suppose. Which is primarily the reason I stopped playing the last time. I kept being too worried about if I was doing things right or not. Plus, they've got another new update coming out, so maybe I could give it a try again before the update or whatever. Thank you, Lazy. I am glad that you are enjoying your time here in the chill vibes of the stream. I hope you're doing well wherever it is that you're at. I think that's about as far as I want to go with the lighting down there. Let's finally do some light layers. Do I want to do one that's just like it's just like a little bit blurry? I feel like I'd have to do that for everything though. So maybe let's not. Inauspicious start for the lighting so far. Trying to get enough lighting here that it is sort of abundantly clear where the shiny bits are, but I don't want to overdo it as well. So I'm also trying to be a little bit sparing in some of these places. Oops. I always get so surprised and confused when I hear lyrics in the Chillhop songs. Threw me off really hard there just now. this, I think. And then let's grab that little sort of reflective light here. I feel like these lights in particular would probably benefit most from like a bit of a feathered edge, perhaps. Just a little bit of a blur, you know? At least on the skin tone parts. Like about here. This maybe? Um, something like here maybe also. Not like a lot. I could get a little more extreme with the light here, but I don't really want to. I think what I do want to do though is sort of kind of hit all of these areas. With a little bit of extra. Yeah. Just a little extra light on top of the lines there. And I want to come in here. Sort of knock back some of these other colors. Really want to know what's making my headset randomly turn itself off like this. It's happening a lot now. I don't really want to hit all of the bits of his hair here, but I do want to get a lot of them. Just to sort of knock back some of these things, I guess. This is another one of those kind of situations where it's like very, very easy to get carried away. I'm doing my best to not do that. Oh, right, I keep forgetting I need to go back and clean up some of the shadow stuff. What? I don't know how I just accidentally undid a whole lot of paint strokes, but here we are. Yeah, I think that's about all for this. Could try doing like a shiny light layer here. I think I'm gonna pass on that though, actually. This is our line layer, this is our light layer. I think that's probably about as far as we want to go. Grab a little bit of this color. Grab a little bit of their faces here. Just to sort of add a little bit of more interest here. Kind of round out the shapes just like a tiny little bit. I don't know if that's actually helping that much, but we'll pretend that it is. Yeah, I think that might be all we want to do for that. Nope, not that. We want a gradient map. Start with Worm 1, although let me just try this and see what happens. Get a lot more of that red in there. Those pinks. Sort of deepens everything up just a slight touch. And let's see if I can get one more to kind of balance out some of this a little bit for the like light side. That cools it down a little too much, I think. Don't I have one of these that's like warm? wanna... Nope, too big. Just want to get a couple little extra highlights in here. This is one of those things that like just do it a little bit. Sometimes it works out really well. You gotta be extra, like, sparing with them, though. See, these are all our adjustment layers. Yeah, I think that might be good. So let's copy and paste one more time. Put my name on here somewhere. I guess here's probably the best, like, logical spot. Oh no, I forgot. Again. Dang, I may have to get rid of all these adjustment layers again. Here. And here. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have any lighting stuff outside of the lines here. So I can get rid of those, I can get rid of that. This can go here. I think I had like 4 of these. Oh wait, I usually do this one, I think, at some point in this process as well. It may not be worth it. What were the other ones I did? I did this one, I think. Also on overlay. And I do the pink one? Did I do this one? Did one of these. I don't know. I'm usually just guessing on these at this point anyway. Okay. Now I can do that thing I was doing. Where I put my name on this someplace. Want it to be like visible but not horribly distracting. And I think that might be good. And I gotta do that thing where I come down here and erase a pixel for compression. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're good. I think this is where we will call this drawing completed. So, yeah. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We managed to remember how to draw somehow, it seems. Congratulations to us. And now comes the part where I try to figure out who is still online. So let's go to the fancy little ending thing. Wow. What a fun little thing I did. Thank you all for joining me here on this stream. I don't know that I have anyone currently active to follow to do the thing for. Hold on. I'm like trying to do this from my phone. And the mobile app is not the greatest sometimes. Yeah, let's all go check out Bob Ross, I guess. Will it not let me raid this channel? Let me try it from here. What do you guys want? You want Bob Ross or you want otter cams? We can go watch more art stuff, or we can have a chill time watching some otters hang out in an aquarium situation. Bob Ross. Alright, we'll go to check out some more art stuff with Bob Ross then. So yeah, thanks everybody again for hanging out. I'll see you guys in the next one. As of right now, I'll be back Friday to play some Baldur's Gate. That may change depending on how I feel when I wake up on Friday. We shall see. But until next time. Oh, Bob Ross doesn't let me raid that channel. So I guess we're going to the otter channel. But yeah, until next time, be sure to stay chill, be cool, be nice, have a wonderful whatever time of day it is for you, and yeah, I'll see you when I see you, I guess. Goodbye, take care, see you later, farewell.